Good morning, welcome back. Today is the 2nd of October 2025 and I'm going to go through my levels on watch today, but before we start let's look to see what news could move the market. 8:30 we had, what was that coming at 8:30? I'm sure I saw some news at 8:30, maybe not. No, 7:30 we had job cuts. We do have news coming in, factory orders at 10 a.m, so be a bit wary, and a bit of gas, oil, and we've got a Fed speaker at 10:30 as well. And I think that's it. Just checking whatever. Yeah, no, that's it really. Not a massive news event day today. We're waiting. That's tomorrow, so hopefully there should be no massive volatilities. So let's start off with the S&P E-mini futures. We're going to start with a daily time frame. Let me just make sure my mic and everything's working. I'm on the right screen. So yeah, it looks good. Good morning, Mayo. Hope you are well. Welcome back. Okay, so on my screen we're looking at the daily time frame for the S&P E-mini futures. We can see we've broken that pivot yesterday, put in a new high, and look at this for a bit of a pullback. That's our bounce area we was watching for. That was a great area. I noticed the volume shelf to the left, and yesterday was a good day. I took an opening range long. Let's go down into that one, and I trailed out just in front of 2R. It was we had yesterday's high was about there. I think it was, might be a little bit higher where that volume shelf was. I took this opening range, not that one because the volume didn't set up. We had reducing volume there, so I wasn't interested, so that wasn't an opening range for me. But I took this one here. I wasn't the biggest fan of it. It was a break and retest of the opening range high. We had a little bit of volume come in, but it was still mediocre. You can hear that. That is a military Sea King Mark IV flying over. I know that because I used to work on them a long time ago. Noisy. No, yeah, I think that's what it was. That's what it sounded like and what it looked like. I just saw it. I'm not too far away from a military base, so you do occasionally get helicopters flying over. Anyway, I took the break and retest of this opening range. Again, I wasn't particularly pleased on the volume. I saw a little bit of increased volume coming in, but I was watching the order flow and there was no signs of selling off. We kept buying every time we bounced down into that area, so I used footprints and order flow to take that entry more than the volume I was watching. We had mediocre volume. It wasn't very good at all. I was a bit nervous, to be honest. So I got in. I think I took, I can't remember what it was now, 8 contracts. I've sized up a little bit over the last few weeks. Took off some at this 1R point, and then I took some more off just in front of 2R as well. So I took it out of 2R day in total, and I think it went on to make 8R in the end. Look at that for a run up. So let's see what it would have done. I didn't really want to, basically my line in the sand was this yesterday's high. I said if it broke and closed below that, I'm getting out. So that entire opening range play would have been, just quickly draw this in. So I was out around here, about 2R, that's my out, and it went, look at that, 7R day. Maybe I should work on leaving a runner, but I had other things to do, so I didn't really want to be watching the market. So a good day, a single trade yesterday. In fact, made a mistake. I put my ORB order in for that first one, which was a failed one. We didn't have increased volume, and then I accidentally marketed in when I went to cancel my order, so I quickly cancelled. Technically, it was 2 orders, but the first one doesn't count. That was a very small, like $10 loss, I think it was. So I got out immediately. Looking at levels for today then, let's go back to the hourly. We've seen the daily. I've just made some changes to some levels. I've moved things around a bit. I'm watching, I do quite like the retest of that area. We retested that area yesterday. We broke and retested there, 67.57, and I quite like that for a bounce today for trend continuation. We are now finally breaking out of this range. We talked about this yesterday. Are we putting in that's the uptrend? We were either reaccumulating, and then we're putting in another move up, or we are setting up a distribution. This is Wyckoff's theory. Which is market stage. We've got stage 1, stage 2, stage 3, stage 4. But if we were to zoom out onto the weekly or daily, this could be all part of stage 2, where we just go across and put in a new high. So that's something to bear in mind. The only reason I would say we're going to be looking at a distribution and we're going to have a move down if this is a failed breakout and we come back into this zone. So let's keep an eye on that over the next few days, see what happens. Notice, however, the volume yesterday. You want to see increase in volume breaking out of these zones. We had less volume than the previous day, so it doesn't fill me with a massive amount of confidence we're putting in another leg up, but we're strong, we're putting in an uptrend, so let's just see how we go. And again, this could be the test or the breakout where we come out on strength. A lot of people have a bit of FOMO, they get in there long, the market reverses, and then they're left holding the bag, and and we could see a bit of a shift down. But that's what it is at the moment. We've got to honour the trend and we've got to stick with what's working. So we are outside of yesterday's range. That was yesterday. Look at that big range yesterday as well. Massive range, big move up. After a big move up, we can generally expect a little bit of a less moving day today. So potentially we might just grind sideways for a bit. But there's all the warnings of what we could be looking for. If we come back down into that 67.57, I'll be looking for a bounce. You could potentially watch this yesterday's high, 67.70 area, 67, 69.50. We could watch that area for a bounce as well. I'm not looking to go short at all. That's our trend line, depends where you want it. Yeah, I'm not interested in any shorts really, I'm looking for bounces. Our next bounce area would be this 67.36, so we could keep an eye on that as well. That's it really. If I were to find a short, even if it's an ORB, I'm not interested in a short because we're coming into yesterday's high. But if we can break down below this pre-market low, come back up and retest, maybe we can scalp out a short. We will be inside yesterday's range. We do have that area there with a small volume shelf to the left, so that might be a tricky area to break down through. Next biggest point of control on the volume shelf is not until we get back down into this area. So 67.12 down to 6700 is the key area to watch for a bounce. So that's the area we said to watch yesterday as well. And I think that's pretty much it. Let's have a look at order flow. Look at this. This is a good sign of a. So we had buyers come in. We know that because we had this big buying bubble, and that's 8:30. So we had 8:30. We can see the aggressive buyers there as well, and then we came back down into that same area where the sellers were being absorbed by the buyers. We had no follow through. There's a bottom tail candle there as well, and the buyers pushed it back up again. Similar level. I would say that's the same level. So that's an area to watch potentially for a bounce. That's 67.78. Where is that? 78. That is around, yeah, not for me today, but if you're looking for scalps, you could keep an eye on this area. With regards to cumulative delta divergences, we're putting in higher highs, higher lows, a lower low there, and then we're putting in higher highs, and we're putting a higher high there. So there's a slight divergence, but only very slightly just there. That seems okay. This is our divergence. And then everything's restored when we put in that new high, we put in a new high. So yeah, so not a great deal to think about there at all, nothing really exciting happening. We do have that area, what's that? Is that the same area we were just watching? 60, 78, 80 area, that's just around here. No, there's no big level, 6,500, look at these. No, so nothing really on the order flow what stands out and jumps out at me right now. There's no divergences, so for me, I'm just going to go back to the plan I just had, and that is wait for the pullback, try and find a long entry, a bounce around that area there, 67.57 area, maybe 67.70, this yesterday's high area. Obviously, if we do lose all that and we give it all up, then we could also potentially watch that area there, because we know we pushed up, we rejected, sold off, and then look at that, we had a bit of a hiccup yesterday, pulled back a bit, and then we pushed out. So we could potentially watch that 67.40 area for a bounce as well. Let's look at NQ next. I'll come back to SPY and SPX. NQ is very similar. So we've got this volume shelf to the left. We've got pivots from a few days ago, the 23rd, 24th. We almost came into that area there, so I'm watching it as a zone for a bounce, and that's, oh look at this, and a psychological number, 25,000. So 25,000, let's just modify that. Let's make that 25,000, doesn't move by much, but it's a nice round number. So that's our bounce area. So we not only are we blessed with a psychological round, a massive psychological on 25,000. It was a big rejection here last time, another rejection here. What was the ceiling has now become the floor potentially, or what was overhead resistance is now support. So let's watch that area for a bounce. I really do like that area. That is probably the only bounce I like. We've got levels from previous, we've got this point of control. If we do come back down into that area, we can look for potential bounce around 24,800 down to 24,750. Yes, yesterday's low area. We do have another volume shelf as well down here. So those levels I've got marked up. Maybe write those levels down, take a screenshot. 25,000, 24,800, 24,600 areas. They're the areas I'm watching for bounce. No shorts, unfortunately, for me. Look at volume on the daily. Look at this, we are very, very overbought right now, which you can see we're very extended away from the 50 and the 200 on the hourly. And we did have a slight decline in volume yesterday as the price was pushing up. So look at let's go into the daily. I don't think I mentioned this on the daily, but I meant when we looked at the daily on ES. So we had less volume come in, as you can see there, but we had a big move in day. So, and it's a big move up. So, you know, I'm not going to say it's going to reject, but in my opinion, we want to see big increase in volume on the breakout. And we talk about this every day when I look for my break and retests. So if we had a big volume spike, big green volume spike, then I'd be more interested in a long, but I do quite like just keep an eye and see what the market does. It's a good comments. Good morning, Charles. Hopefully you have a good day trading as well. Are you only doing analysis or also trade? This is Alibro. Hopefully I pronounced your name right. Hey, are you doing any analysis or also live trades? I normally only do analysis. I do sometimes stay on for live trades depending on what's going on in the market. So I may hang around, but usually, I do put all my live trades in the Discord as well. So if you're a member of the premium Discord, then you'll get the live trades when I take them as well. Basically, the analysis is pretty much spot on, and not just. Hopefully, people come back here can vouch for that. The levels, I literally say these are levels to watch, and basically they pretty much work out most of the time. And you know that because I've got these levels going back a long time. Look where we've had bounces, areas of confluence. That area watching over here, so keep an eye on this area yesterday. 25,000 is that key number as well. Break and we retest that area. I'm expecting a retest back down. But yeah, you know, my ES is what I focus on the most. This is when my levels are pretty much spot. I very rarely move these levels around. I may fine tune them. Like today I had a little bit of a fine tune. I had 2 levels down here I was watching, but I just got rid of one of them. Added that one in up here, 20, 67, 57. But I'm looking at actual levels and zones. I don't look at the line, I just look for a bounce in that area. And I look for a bounce in that area. But I do also explain what I'm looking for in these bounces. So for example, when I'm looking for a bounce, say we're watching for the bounce, yes, this previous high where we pull back into here. What I'm looking for, in fact you can see a good example of it here. I'm looking for reducing volume as we're coming into that area. Look how the volume reduced coming into that area. Then I'm looking for increased volume to confirm the bounce. And look what we've got down here. This is on the hourly, but it's on every time frame. Increased volume to confirm that bounce, and that would have been a great trade, but I don't trade after midday, so I wouldn't have taken it. Again, you can probably go down into the 5 minute. Let's have a look at the 5 minute yesterday. I trade the 5 minute basically, and what I'm looking for if I'm looking for a break and retest, so this was the previous day's high, I think it was around that area. I know that because that's where I got out. I'm looking for increased volume as we break out, and we had that increased volume. That's my ORB long, so that's why I wasn't too fussed. And then we had a pullback, and we had less volume pulling back. Look at that, not much volume at all. So there was no real interest from the sellers at this point. But I did get out because I said I didn't want to be watching it all day. And when it hit my 2R, I was trailing, and I was going to make 2R whatever happens yesterday. And when we closed below yesterday's high, for me that's an out, because with Apex you got to watch your trailing drawdown. So look at this, reducing volume, we had real small volume, and then we started to have increasing volume on the bounce, and that's exactly what we saw in the hourly as well. It's easy to see it when you're not looking at the entire chart, because there we go, that's the volume there. You can see, much easier to read. I just zoom in. So look at this, we had increasing volume on the breakout, so that gave me the confidence to stay in that trade. I took this opening range, that's my opening range trade. My stop was basically on that white line, that's the opening range long, and my target, I had a 3-hour target, was about, I think it was about there. And then, but I took profit off at 1R, took profit off at 2R, and then I trailed out, and I said if we get below that previous day's low, previous day high, I'm taking it. So which I did. I think I took it off around about here. It did went on, but if I was hanging around later, I would have watched that. We've had very small volume on the pullback, and then suddenly we start getting increased volume on the breakout. That's exactly what I'm looking for. And then I flick over to my order flow charts, and I'm looking for order flow going in the same direction as the price. So that's aggressive buying coming in. Got aggressive buying with price action to match it. So if I start seeing divergence, which I did see a little bit of a divergence, which is why I got out anyway, and I trailed out at 2R, then I would probably look to get out, and normally that's a sign that there's a reversal coming, or it's reaccumulating like we saw on that pullback. We're basically just going sideways for a bit. So yeah, so that's basically what I'm looking for, and I do try to explain every day what I'm looking for and how I'm going to take it. And I'm pretty strict. Didn't used to be, but I'm pretty strict on my rules now. So let's go back to this. But if I am around, I will open up the live and do live trades as well. I've done a few live trades, but I like to focus on my trade, and I find it hard focusing on comments and trading at the same time. So let's just go back to SPY now. We looked at NQ. 25,000 is that key number. SPY, I'm going to zoom out because this is a good trend line to look at. So notice how we were holding this trend line, and you can watch it on ES as well. And then we started turning around a little bit. We broke that trend line. Look what happened. That same trend line was retested there. It's retested here, and we've yet to retest it up here. So let's keep an eye on that. If we do retest it, 674 maybe, that area. Again, we had bigger volume on the previous day when we had a smaller day, not as much volume yesterday. We are in the overbought, over 70 on the RSI as well. We are very extended from the 50 moving average, that's our home base. What are we on the daily? Are we extended on the daily? Look at that, even on the daily. When was the last time we got back to the 50? May. We broke it, retested it. So, and the market doesn't like to be away from that 50 moving average too long. So we kind of got close here, but we've yet to come back to touch that area. So we are due, a bit like an elastic band or a spring, being wound up, and suddenly we're going to get a pullback. And then the same with the 200 moving average, that purple line. And the market always tries to find its way back to that. So we could use that as a guide if we do get a bit of a pullback or a correction. So let's go down into SPY, get some levels today. Probably same as ES. I like this region here, 667.21 for the bounce. Keep an eye on pre-market low, yesterday's high, 669 for the bounce around that region. So that's the only areas I like. And then SPX, we should have a new level, a new all-time high level. But look at this. This is a previous all-time high, which we've taken out, that area, that high up there. So that's an area to watch. 6,700 psychological number on SPX. So if I'm looking for a long on ES, I definitely don't want to be below 6,700 because that can act as resistance. If I'm looking for a bounce on the S, I want to be above it. If I'm looking for a short, I want to be below it. I don't want to be shorting into that 6700. So I use SPX as my confirmation as well. So these levels are critical as well, key areas to watch. Let's go to oil next. Oh, did we do QQQ? Let's do QQQ, then oil. We've got 10 minutes, got plenty of time before the market opens. QQQ. Wait for that to update. We've got a volume shelf, a level we've got drawn up. Happens to be that previous all-time high, which we broke yesterday. 602.69, that's our bounce area. I'm watching that for the bounce. Otherwise, you can watch that entire zone for the bounce, 604 to 602.69. Otherwise, our massive point of control with that massive amount of volume runs right through that area of confluence. 598.26, you could watch that up to 600, which is a psychological number. Again, no shorts for me unless something sets up and we see a lot of weakness. Oil is now starting to break these pivots. We talked about this yesterday. This is our area to watch, big area of confluence, and we've broken it, we came back, we came through. So let's watch for a retest, a break and retest of yesterday's low and yesterday's close, this zone here. 61.40 all the way up to 61.75 for the rejection. And where are we on the daily? If we keep going, we must have another target. Still holding this down. Oh, that's not very good. Where's that come from? So that is before the contracts change. Let's just redraw it. Put that on there and look at that. So we've kind of been in this downtrend now since 2022. Well, not really a downtrend, but we're kind of putting in that big uptrend. We've not been able to break and close or hold too long above that area. So that's why that trend line's still in place. That's fine. We're coming into a big daily bounce area now, big area of confluence as well. We've taken a long time to get through that volume shelf. You know, you can see that we've been holding it here, holding it, pushed out, holding it again, holding it, pushed out. Now we're holding it, we're kind of finally breaking through. So if we were to break through, I do like the next volume shelf, which happens to be this area of confluence as well. So 59 is a target area if we're going to go short, or if we're looking for a a swing trade short. Got big area of confluence as well. So that green line's a fair value gap. So potentially that confluence area when the volume starts coming in, and that is around $60. Watch out for potential bounce. It's a round number as well. Going back to the hourly, so short term. I like this 61.75 area for the retest short. If we can break this trend line, pre-market high, yesterday's low, break and retest long, we do have the point of control to try and get through 62.50. So just be wary, probably very short biased. Gold. I'm hesitating because we've put in our all-time high, but it wasn't during market hours, so there's always a lack of volume there. Even though we do have quite a bit of volume now actually, so let's keep an eye on this 39.20 area for potential break and retest long to continue the trend. This is our trend line here. Look at that lovely trend line. You could draw. It's only a rough area. If we break pre-market low yesterday, look for the break and retest, and potentially we may have this head and shoulders pattern potentially forming. But I'm not interested in any shorts really unless we come down and retest this yesterday's low area. I like yesterday's high for the bounce. We might have done that in the pre-market. 3900, 3906. That's a little psychological number as well. Don't forget 4,000 above, massive psychological number. And that's a potential target if we are long gold. RTY. See, I like it when things start to break out of ranges and breaking over these areas of confidence. That's our range we've been in for some time. And you could also include this as another range as well, that area there. But we've broken it. We come back and we're retesting yesterday's high, and we're retesting that pivot there. So I do quite like a break and retest long of pre-market high into that 24,900. Do we have a area to watch above? No, that's our next volume shelf as well. So we could keep an eye on this zone here, which is 24.80 I meant, sorry. So that's a potential area, a bit of a confluence, and I'm going to mark it up as a little bit of a volume shelf as well, as you can see just here. YM, unlike RTY, YM is not able to close above that area. Look at this, we're definitely holding that area, that's a big area. If we break that area, look how the volume diminishes quickly. So we are looking for the break and retest of 46,800, 46,817. I do quite like this region here, pre-market low for a potential bounce. Can't really judge the volume at the moment. Yeah, I do like that area of confidence. Look at this, so we have tops of all these pivots, tops of these pivots and areas of confidence, tops of these pivots here, tops of these pivots here, and we're coming right back into it now. And there's a little bit of a volume shelf as well, so potentially we can watch for the break and we test a pre-market high out, and I do like that. And then finally Bitcoin, message from Robbie, how are you, big fan? Just a question if you can seriously answer. Been trading 3.5 years now and still not profitable. The reason being it's hard for me to cut a loss early. Tell me about it. I cut it later, like 2 to 3 hours in. Question is how to honestly cut my loss in the moment I know I'm wrong. I feel that I have to make money and I've lost and hold on to it. You know, I struggled with that for a long time. Let me just finish Bitcoin and then we're pretty much done. Bitcoin, and I'll go into how I cut my losses now. Bitcoin, I do like the pullback into yesterday's high, 117. Do you remember that number? We've been watching that number for some time now. It was a potential target, so hopefully if you went long and you took this break and retest of this inverse head and shoulders pattern, look at that, beautiful there. Long into that area, 117. Broke out, came back and retested at 117 again, brilliant area. Now we're breaking out over that pivot and we've got this line, so we're looking pretty good. Next target has got to be the area I got drawn up, so big area of confluence. Got to go back some time now, going back to July, this region here. We do have a volume shelf just there as well, so potentially 120 psychological number is a rejection point, but it's too strong to reject. But if I'm looking for a pullback, I like to see a pullback to previous pivot, so this region here around 119 for the bounce, and then continuation of the trend, 120 break and retest long. That's all I'm looking for. Obviously if we can get back down to that 117, watch for the bounce, and then we've got back down to his previous levels. Right, so cutting losses I struggled with a long time. I used to hold for a very long time, adding into losing trades. And then what I did about 1.5 years ago, I got fed up with just holding trades and I needed to force myself to walk away. You know, I'm in the UK, so for me I start trading at 2:30, which is, you know, late in the afternoon. I'm working all morning, I run an IT business, so I'm staring at screens all morning. I'm staring at screens. I was literally sitting in front of my machine until 9-10 p.m, which was like 6 p.m. Eastern time, and struggled. You know, my eyes, I was done for. My eyes were shot, and my brain was addled, and it's just not a very good way to trade, especially when you're picking it up halfway through the working day for me. So I found I was taking bad trades, holding onto them for a long time, adding to losing trades, and so that's when I started looking at Apex, because Apex, this is the trading fund, they fund you. They have very strict risk management, trailing drawdowns, and so it took me 1 year of trading Apex before I realised I needed to make big changes to my trading, because I was still trailing out, I was still blowing accounts all the time, and then suddenly I decided, you know, I've had enough of this. I can't keep blowing accounts. I started adding risk control. So in Rhythmic, I don't know if you use Rhythmic, you can, let me just see if I can find it, you can enable risk control. 1 second, view risk. Saying that, I can't make it open. anyway, you can right click your accounts in Apex. And so what I did is my risk was $100, and I wanted to make my risk to reward of $300. I'm basically looking for 3-to-1 on all trades. So I put in a limit. If I broke more than $250, so that's 2R. So if I had 2 losing trades in a row, $50 is a little bit of stoppage or commission, then it will stop me trading that account. And I can't actually open up my risk. Let's try another account. 1 second. If I can open it, I can show you an example. Oh, here we go. Is this it? No. Okay. Well, I need to look into that. Maybe I just need to reset Rhythmic Trader. But you can do, I think it's Control E, select your account, Control E, and you can open up risk management. So I set my risk management so it will stop me trading on Apex after $250 of loss. And don't forget, I trade 20 odd accounts. So hang on, I'll move it over. So this is my Rhythmic. 21 accounts, some evals I'm building up and some paid accounts I'm working on right now. So I'm trading quite a lot of accounts, so it's really important. The moment I put the risks in, and it forced me to walk away. After a few, don't get me wrong, I got really frustrated, and sometimes I would undo the risk and carry on trading. But after a while, it got to the point where it was turned into habit. So that's basically what I'm getting to. It's about turning it into habit, and I think it took me some time. It took me months of having good habit. Wow, what have we just seen? A big selling candle. So let me flick over to my Ninja Trader. So definitely if you Apex, but look at your broker basically, see if you can enable risk rule. It forces you to come out. You can tell it to cancel after you've been in, you know, after certain times of days as well. Okay, so we add, I'm going to go back to the order flow. Look at this. So we had big aggressive sell candle. We now got aggressive buying coming back in, but we got a 2 minute. I think there's so much data coming at the moment. My platform's not caught up with itself. It definitely looks like a liquidity sweep. Nasdaq, it's not looking good. Let's go down to the 5 minute. Looking at your last question, Robbie, is it real to make serious money from trading? Like I've lost and all my friends are saying this is a scam, you've just wasted 4 years and all. Like, I treat it exactly like a business. So when I first got into trading, it was just after COVID, and my businesses were all shut down through COVID. I run some computer shops, and I needed to find another source of income. And YouTube, I saw a YouTube video, someone said they made $20,000 in 5 minutes, and my ears pinged up or what. And I tried it and I did okay. I made quite a few $1,000s within the first, I didn't know what I was doing, but within the first few months I was up like $2,000 or $3,000. I thought, oh, this is easy. Then I lost it, and a lot more afterwards. I mean, I lost a lot. So then I thought I stood, but I knew what it was capable of doing, and I've seen other people around me who were good at trading, and I got the taste for it, and I knew the potential, so I decided to treat it like a business. So I went into proper education. I went from using real money into using my other, you know, like Apex. They fund you, use them as a tool for learning, because then I also swing trade with my own money as well. But I use Apex. I'm trying to build up my paid accounts with them and Top Step. So I got a few paid accounts with Top Step as well. And I basically treated it as a business. You know, with the equity curve, it looks like a hockey stick. Let me just, what screen am I on? This one. So I'm going to draw it in the top right corner. So when I first started trading, I did okay. I thought, oh, this is easy. And then I lost a lot of money. But now I'm just starting to come out of this trading downdrama, should I call it, because and I'm on this part of the hockey stick now, this part here. So this is when I lost a lot of money, and then I realised I needed to educate myself down here. So I was, for a couple of years I wasn't doing anything, and now I'm just starting to come out of it now. And I'm on this phase now, and then give it another 2 years, I'll be up here. So, and it's all down to mainly everything changed. When I closed my shops last year, and I could concentrate on this more without distractions of staff or customers, and also it all changed when I gave myself proper risk management, and I learnt to walk away. I didn't trade on Monday. Monday was a poor trading day, and I didn't take a single trade, but I walked off. So yesterday I was patient, I waited, and then I took that second trade, and then today I'm not going to trade unless something sets up. I'm looking at volume. So basically, not only is it good risk management, it's patience and just not getting in. If you think to yourself, I think it's going to be a good trade, then it's not good enough. You need to say this is an A+ trade, and that's the one we want to take. I'm getting picky and choosy now. So I think you don't have to trade every day. I used to think, I've always worked hard all my life. I mean, from the age of 12, 11, I used to lie about my age when I was a kid to get a paper round and car washing. And I've got a very hard working ethic, and all my life I've worked hard. And in trading, I struggled because I've worked hard and I had to do things. And days where I don't do anything, in my mind, that's like me saying, I'm not working. If I'm not clicking, not buying trades, not buying or selling, then something's not quite right. But I've had to train myself, and that's all it is, patience and time. Some people I know has been really good at trading, done it within a year or two. But some people I've seen on YouTube, people from big company in New York, I've forgotten the name. It'll come to me in a minute. But I think it took them 10 years. But he's a very profitable multi-millionaire trader. So I would me personally, I'd stick with it. But it helps having a second job. So my IT business is a job that brings in the money, and trading is especially now I've got no shops. I work from home. People come to me. I'm less stressed. I don't need to work as hard to make the same amount of money as I did before. So now I can focus on my trading better, my education, and every day I even sign up to other people's educations right now. I'm looking at order flow all the time, and I buy order flow courses just to top up on my skills, and it helps. Anyway, looking at the charts, SMB Capital, that's the one. Yeah, exactly them. Good job, yeah. So SMB Capital, they're good to watch. I think they are probably the real deal. You get so many charlatans on YouTube, you just don't know. There's a few of them out there I really like and really trust, but a lot of them I don't. And I like when I'm doing it, I've not been amazingly profitable. I'm just starting to become, but I like to speak the truth and be transparent on everything I do. When I'm trading, I trade from a sim account, as you can see here on my other screen, should I say, but I copy that to my eval accounts and my paid accounts. So I'm happily showing that I've got evals and paid accounts, so I don't have anything to hide, and I just do this because I actually enjoy doing it. So coming up to 10 minutes, so that I'm waiting for the opening range to form. And what I'm watching for, you can see, I might just reset. Is the chart caught up now? Yeah, I think we're about a minute behind. I'm just going to reset my Ninja. I need to reboot this machine. In fact, I'm going to rebuild this machine shortly. So I'm just going to disconnect and reconnect. So it should be back up to date now. So we're in 9:39. Yeah, okay. So we're now real time. Here we go. So that's my Apex reconnected. Um, so just look at your comments again, Robbie. Is watching RAJ, Don, Nick, Wicks, Patrick. I'll be honest, I've never heard of them. Matt Trades I've heard of. And for some reason I find you the most honest. I appreciate that, thank you. Uma, is that the guy? Yeah, he's a very good one. Is that Uma Ashoff? I'm not very good at pronunciation, so my apologies. I've watched a lot of his stuff. I think it's really good. I think his footprint stuff and his order flow stuff's really good. I've not seen much of him for a long time now. I don't know if he's still doing YouTube videos. But I did check some prop firms and they seem paid up. Yeah, so there's a few prop firms out there. The ones I use are Top Step and Apex. I think Apex is the one that's really taught me to. Wow, look at this. It's really taught me to trade more solid. So Apex is brilliant, and the fact you can trade multiple accounts and up to 20, and it gives you lots of scope. And the reason I've literally been trading Apex even without making profit for about 2.5 years, because it taught me to trade properly. And in me, I was a bit like what you said earlier: risk, hold it too long, average in, and then blow accounts. But I realised I shouldn't be. After big COVID and my businesses struggled, I was pumping in all my life savings to keep the businesses going. So all my trading funds I had to put into the business just to pay staff's wages and stuff like that. So I decided to find a prop firm, and I've traded quite a few of them. One of my favourite ones, which I'm not with now, but I didn't like their software, was from Live Trading TV, and they use Day Trade the World. That's who it is. Brilliant prop firm, but expensive. Once you got up and running, you got to put a big deposit down. But then I found Apex and a few others similar, and I think Apex for me worked out really well. I'm probably spending about $800 a month on refreshing their eval accounts, but I put that down as a cost of running a business. So I don't blow accounts anymore. Most of my accounts, if they do fail, it's because I hit my trailing drawdown. So I've been upping my risk over the last few weeks, over the last month, so that I don't keep hitting my trailing drawdown. I start taking profits quicker. Wow, look at this for a sell-off. If you recall, going back about 15 minutes in my pre-market video, I said, are we looking at a sign of weakness, lack of volume yesterday? Maybe this is backing it up. I wasn't convinced we're going to have a big move up because we had less volume yesterday on a big moving day. You're welcome, Robbie. 25,000 on Nasdaq. It's definitely a place to watch. Where are we now? I'm opening up I use Top Step for my NQ. Oh yeah, look at that, coming straight in. So keep an eye on that. Again, I won't just take it at 25,000. I'm looking for confirmation, and that's another thing that's changed my trading as well. Not getting in if I'm looking for a long, not getting in on a red candle, getting in on the green candles only. If I'm looking for longs, for example, if I'm watching 25,000 for a bounce, I want to see it come in, break the trend, and then I want to see it set up some sort of confirmation. That'd be looking at order flow, cumulative delta divergences. I'm looking for increase in volume on the bounce, lack of volume, exhaustion at the bottom from the sellers, absorption from the buyers. So any type of confirmation, the more the better. And I think right now there's definitely not looking like a bounce area. For me, looking at my footprint charts, you can barely keep up as well. So much. Not sure what caused this. Was there any news that came out? How big are my stops? I was risking until about 2 weeks ago. I was risking $100 to make $300, and that's the reason I don't average in, or I don't take it on the left side of this bottom. If I'm looking for a bounce, I'm looking for a bounce, and I'm looking to get in on a confirmation, a green candle or a double bottom or inverse head and shoulders pattern, so I can then give myself a much better risk to reward now I risk $200 per account, this is, to make $600. That's my 3-to-1 I aim to get. Bear in mind I've got 20 accounts as well, so that's a significant amount of risk. Some of them are paid as well. Some of the accounts I even scale up. So if I go to my Ninja Trader copier, I'll just move it over. So these are all this. So I trade off the sim account, and then some of them I scale up. So my bigger accounts, especially my bigger eval accounts. So all my paid accounts I trade 1-to-1. So that's 1-to-1. So basically, if I get one contract of ES, it only copies one contract to that account. But some of my other accounts, like this one here, is my bigger eval account, which is doing quite well, 8-to-1. So if I buy one ES, it buys 8. Bearing in mind I'm risking $200 on my sim account. So for example, yesterday I was in 64 contracts. I had 8 contracts on my ORB long yesterday, and that was 64 contracts just on that one account. But I've had to earn the right to scale up. You know, I started on $50 risk, and then $100. I've been on $100 risk now for about a year and a half, and it's only this last couple of weeks I've increased it to $200 risk. And that's only because I looked at my eval accounts and realised I no longer blow accounts anymore, you know, through bad trading or over trading. I take 1 or 2 trades a day maximum, but my trail and drawdown creeps up on me. I have accounts which have been 120 days old, half a year old, some of my accounts, my eval accounts, and I realise I'm paying the eval fee every month for an eval account when I'm just literally holding an older. So I've decided to ramp up my risk, and that's why I've scaled up some of my copied accounts, and we've gone up to $200 per trade, risking $200 to make a minimum. I'm looking to get 3R, so basically for $600 per account. But with extra size now, I can then scale out at 1R, 2R, 3R, 4R, and 5R as well. I normally get out if I'm still in. Wow, bit of a move down. To be honest, I'm not a big fan. We're right inside yesterday's high now, so inside yesterday's range. It makes it a really difficult trade. Where's our ORB? 67, 63. Massive range to 67, 80. Oh, it's not a massive range. It's that a 20-point range? Let's look at NASDAQ. Did I get down? I didn't look at NASDAQ. Did I hit 25? $25.30, so it came within 30 ticks, so not quite. No trades for me at the moment, although it did bounce off of yesterday's high, which was an area to what I said I was watching for today, between there and 25,000. I had it marked up. I'm going to show you. I'll go back to my chart from earlier. These green lines, these green bits are fair value gaps. So that's an indicator I've installed. I'll probably get rid of it because it just clutters up my chart. But we bounced off of yesterday's high. But 25,000 is the key area I'm watching for. Look at that, I love it there. Top of those pivots there, all the way down to that zone. So 24,975 to 25 is a good area for me for a bounce. And again, I wouldn't have taken a trade NQ on a 15-minute chart, can you believe? Years ago, only a few years ago, I was trading on the 30-second, even the 5-second chart. Now I'm on the 5 and 15-minute charts. I use hourlies as my levels. 15 minutes what I trade on NQ, 5 minute on ES, which is from this screen. There's absorption down here. So remember earlier I said there's no buys at the moment. So this is what I like to see. Massive amounts of volume. That purple line tells you there's absorption. So basically we've got lots of selling pressure and we don't have much follow through afterwards. So there's no follow through. So massive delta. And then we've got a positive delta, and then we've got another positive. Now we've got 3 positive deltas in a row potentially. Look at the point of controls as well on each one. So we've got point of control is roughly in that area, so that we know there's a lot of volume trading at that point there. So that is potentially, if we come back and look for a double bottom, that could be our bounce area. Not an area I'm watching for a bounce, I must say. Let's go back to my ES levels. Yeah, I quite like it down at 67.57. That's the area I like the most. To 67.50, 67.50 to 67.57. So for me, it's not a bounce. That's my door. I'll be back in 2 seconds. Nice one, thank you. Potentially watch for an opening range breakdown here, and the rules for the opening range breakdown for me are we need to have a closing 5-minute candle below this opening range. This is that yellow line on my screen. It has to be below, the full candle's got to be below that opening range midpoint, so I can't have a candle which is straddling the midpoint and closes below that area there, and it has to be on increasing volume on the breakdown. So we've got 2.5 minutes left on this candle. If this closes below the opening range and we have more volume than the previous candle, the green candle, then I might be interested in taking it, and then I'll take the entry of that candle. So sorry, I'll take the breakdown of that breaking candle. So we've got the breaking candle that confirms that we are closing below. Then I want to see increasing volume on that candle, and I want to see increasing volume on the next candle that breaks the low, but we won't know that until we get in. So it's a bit of a tricky one, because if you are in and it's low volume, you've been triggered in, then maybe you can look to trail out sooner rather than wait to take the full stop. And then by sticking to these rules, it's actually made a massive difference to my trading as well, not just jumping in. And then I'm using order flow and cumulative delta divergence as my confirmations, hourly levels as well. The reason I'm not the biggest fan of going short on ES right now, even if we do get below here, is because we've got that level which we talked about, which is at 67.57, which is just a little bit below. Again, I trade a zone. I think we talked about this earlier. That's that dotted line. That's yesterday's level there. So these green lines just tells me when there's news. So we've got low volatility news. The green lines are. Red and orange will also show if it's higher volatility. So it knows if I'm in a trade, I can get out in advance. And these green lines here are just showing me where there's large orders. And this is MES orders. So I trade MES, but I monitor ES, because ES is where all the big boys are. I basically follow where the big market makers and the smart money is. That's why I watch ES charts, but I trade off of MES, and also gives me more flexibility. I can trade multiple contracts of MES, 10 contracts for the same cost of one ES contract. It means I can scale out or scale in better. So definitely no confirmation candle here at the moment. We've got 15 seconds left, so we are very unlikely this is going to be a ORB breakdown. Let's make it a bit bigger. So a lot of people will take the ORB breakdown. To me, you get lots of false breakdowns, which you can see here. Look at that, increased volume on the green candle. We want to see increasing volume on the red candle. So definitely not a buy. or definitely not a sale, should I say. I do have a free book on my website actually, ORB. You can probably see it behind me. That one there, the 15-minute ORB. Don't know if you can see that in the camera. Strategy guide. That is my entire strategy. I'm updating it at the moment, adding more pictures and some more refinements to the strategy. But you can download that for free at the moment on my website, or you can support me and buy it on Amazon, which is on Amazon as well. Do a search for 15-minute ORB trading strategy guide. It's not very expensive. I just got it on the Amazon store. Basically, I don't make much money from the sales, but it does go towards keeping the servers running, the website going, Zoom software, stuff like that. And obviously building the indicators, like these footprint charts, I've developed them from scratch based on my own footprint requirements, because I wanted a footprint chart which shows me absorption and exhaustion, point of controls, stacked imbalances, stacked aligned point of controls, deltas, all on the chart. So I have to keep reading all the numbers. So, and I've added new features to it now. And if you are a subscriber to my premium Discord, you get all these for free as well. It's just an offer I've got at the moment to build up the community. So you get access to all of my indicators I build, all the premium ones. So look at this. So right now we are putting in a red candle, but look at the volume. We can see absorption up here, so we've got lots of buying pressure, but with no follow through. So that's definitely absorption. So we are looking weak. Still got 2 minutes left of this candle, but the volume, we need increased volume. 67, 63. And what's Nasdaq doing? Nowhere near 25 yet. But it's in that region, it's in that zone, that area to watch. Again, patience. No point rushing in. If it doesn't trigger my rules, so be it. Might get frustrated of watching the market go without me. And again, that's another part of my risk management. Just learning to deal with it. Learning to walk away, not revenge trade or have FOMO. I find it really difficult sometimes. Especially when people's around me making good trades and I missed it. And they're all saying, oh, I just made 5R or 3R. And I'm sitting there watching, feel like I'm on the sidelines. I find it very difficult. But when I start looking at my TradeZilla journal and I look at my P&L chart and realising just by sitting on hands, like here's a good example. Monday was a really, I don't like swearing, but it was a really piss poor day performance wise. The market was going chopping sideways. It was awful. I mean, proper awful. And not out of the first 5 potential ORBs, I wouldn't take that many anyway. I would only look for the first 2 of the day, but I would have stopped out on all of the first 5 had I just gone in without any rules. And then the last one was a big move on Monday. I mean, a massive move into new all-time highs, but it was too late. It would have been too late by then. I would have been down 3, 4, 5R probably, and that was a 3, 4, 5R move. So I would have wasted my entire day, all that brain power, all that emotion, just to finish the day break even when I just walked away after the first ORBs that didn't play out. Again, looking at volume, cumulative delta divergences. And I had a no trade day. And you know what? I went off and I did some gardening, spent time with my kids, and how much better is that than losing 1 or 2R? Even if I took the first 2 trades, I would have lost 2R. But it didn't suit my rules. Let's have a look at Nasdaq. What's that doing? Okay, so we had a bottom tail on the 15-minute candle. That could be our first, but it was on low volume, but it was a bottom tail candle. Let's just create a new. So the volume is not, we're looking for increased volume. So let's do not NQ, so I only want to do MMQ if I take it on here. Where is it? 0925, that doesn't seem right, does it? There's definitely some sort of lag on my platform, look at that. I think it's so volatile, it can't keep up. So I definitely need to rebuild my machine, because look, it says 9:52, but we're at 10:01. That's way behind. Do you know what? It could also be some code I've added, which is like processing in the background. I'm about to do a bit of I've been updating some indicators recently, and one of my indicators, the news events, I've got real time, it's checking in the background every 5 minutes. Ah, that's exactly what it is. I've changed it from every 60 minutes to every 5 minutes, and it goes back looking for new news from different feeds. So let's stay up today, so it's probably that. So I probably need to sort that. That's not showing, it says it's 09, it should be 12:25 for MMQ. Doesn't seem to update. We'll leave it on there for now. You know what, I'm not a big fan of the price action right now. I'm not a big fan of going short into, what's that level I was watching on MES? 20, hang on. I should write these down, but I don't need to, because I do put it in, I need to put it in Discord in a second. So 67.57 is the only place I'm watching for a bounce. I don't like going short into that area. Let me update. $67.57. So in the Discord, I'll show you what it looks like. It's a bit like that. So I've got lots of resources. I'm just starting to build as well, educational stuff. Lots of chart patterns I'm adding in. I've got another private one that I'm just copying them across. Swing ideas, just building this community up a little bit. But every day I put my levels in. ES bounce 67.57, and then I'm watching 67.36. I think it was. Yeah, 67.36. ES 67.36. Again, with confirmation, green candle only. It's just a reminder, and then I'm not really looking for any rejections really. LRB short will be tough into a bounce 67.60 area. ORB long will be with the trend, so it might be a bit better. And that's basically, I'll put that in, and these levels work really well. You could take a buy setup right now on NASDAQ. The 15 minutes just broken that green candle, so that's a confirmation. And not much volume coming in. There's less volume than, but then to be fair, the volume on that 15-minute bottom tail candle, green candle, was not far off the volume on that massive big selling candle, so potentially that's an anomaly. So I just took a small short on NASDAQ, just 3 contracts long, and I've got the bottom of that red candle as my stop. See what happens. If I see lack of interest, I'll get out of it sooner. Again, 15 minute, I treat it differently than my Apex accounts because I trade in the 15 minutes, so it gives me a lot more time to think about the trade. That's on my top step account I went long. So I trade 15 minute NASDAQ on top step, and I trade 5 minute ES or MES on Apex. Mainly, that's the two main ones. So let's look at order flow for a second. So we've got this green boxed area here. This is an aligned point of control. So that's a powerful area. So if we've got positive deltas, and we've got a delta divergence as well. And with these little red arrows are showing us we've got exhaustion from the selling. So that means a lack of selling, which you can see clearly on those numbers there. Selling's reducing, coming into those levels. The point of control, the green thing, if you're long right now, you can probably think, oh, I could put my stop just below that area there, because if we get past that, we're probably going to take out the low. I'm not long, by the way, just to make that clear. I have no interest in going long while we're inside this range. I just want to trade outside the ORB, that's it. We could just be putting in a bit of a bear flag right now, and that will set up nicely. We want to see increase in volume. So if this candle gives us increase in volume over the previous ones, and we take out and we close below that ORB low, then I'll be interested in a short, which means it doesn't bode well for my NASDAQ long. Do I have any view on YM? Let me just move my chart back down. I do all my analysis off of this trading view. YM. Again, going with the hourly. So you might want to rewind the video back to about 9:20, because I would have talked about YM then, but I'll just recap. We're inside this range, we're inside this smaller range as well. We had not a great deal of volume, it's been average, below average volume, about average volume. We're not overbought, so pretty neutral at the moment. Look at this, we broke out, but it's a failed breakout. We come back in again, bit like this one. We had a failed breakout and came back in again. So we are testing the longs. If we have low volume, then we know there's no interest from buyers, so just keep an eye on that. If we can get over that level there, basically we're watching yesterday's high, pre-market high for the break, and retest into that zone for the long. That's the only way I can see the long. First target could be that area there. Notice lack of volume as well. So there's decline in volume as we're breaking out. So there may not be any big levels above to hold us back if we do go long, but then are we all-time highs? Can't remember. I always lose track if it's this one or yeah, pretty much coming into all-time highs. I get or RTY. I know RTY we're not, so we're coming into that area there. So YM is all-time highs. So we're into no man's land as well. It makes it even harder. So that's why we have lack of volume. So there's nothing above to say when we could expect a target or a rejection, other than psychological numbers: 4,700, 4,800, 4,900, 50,000, massive psychological number, a bit like 25,000 on NASDAQ. What's my NASDAQ doing? NASDAQ's doing okay. There's a bit of a divergence between ES and NASDAQ right now. So for me, if I was looking for a long, I'd like to see it come back down into this region 44. So let's go back to the hourly. How far away are we? Oh, miles away from that. Yeah, ignore that. So for me then, the only place is what we've got marked up, 46,665, big confluence area, massive volume shelf. It's going to be tough to get down through this area, massive area. So this could act as resistance, and if we do finally get through that area, all that liquidity will be eaten away, and then we might have some downward movement. It's a tough one. For me, it's too messy for me to trade. I only want to trade it if we're coming out of it up here, or we're coming down out of it down here. A bit like what I'm waiting for on ES right now. ES. Again, we've broken out of this range. That's our range. So if you want to see it, that area or that area, I'll just say that area for now. With our fake breakdown, this is FOMC candle, fake breakout and held. Again here we broke down, come back out, broke down again. Anybody who was there would have been triggered in short, and then they would have probably been stopped out. So that's a stop hunt area, potentially liquidity sweep, because obviously it looks really bearish. Look at this, we had this inverse head and shoulders pattern, we broke it, perfect break and retest of that neckline. Brilliant, I love that, such a brilliant pattern. Came down, anyone who missed it there would have thought, damn, I missed it, would have gone short there, and then they would have been triggered in, and now they're sitting up here thinking, damn, all-time highs again, why was I so stupid? We are coming into a bounce area right now. This is this pivot, I do quite like that. What I look for in supply and demand has got to be during regular market hours, because that's where there is volume. So that's regular market, that's regular market. And we have this double top in regular market as well. So that's the key area to look for. For me, that's why I like it for the bounce. So keep an eye on that region there for the bounce, where you can see a volume shelf to the left. So for me, right, we're coming into a bounce area unless we see massive weakness. So keep an eye on that. And that's why I don't like going short into it, even on the ORB. So which we've now broken. Let's go back to my Ninja Trader platform. Look for long sell. I'll begin stop. I'll just go through the messages. I'm only in long on Nasdaq at the moment on a 15-minute chart, which is doing okay. And there's only 3 contracts off MMQ. Do you have any views on why I'm just done that? Yeah, you're welcome, Sandeep. Hopefully that makes sense. So here we go. So we're on an opening range breakdown now. Again, I'm not a big fan of the short, but look, we have increase in volume. That's one of our rules. Increase in volume on the break-in is only if it breaks. Still got a minute to go. So one thing I don't like seeing is decrease in volume on red bars, but you know, we know there are buyers there, so because of the bottom tails. So decrease, you could say that's a more buyers with sellers. We can actually look at the order flow and see what was actually in those candles at 10 AM. Here we go. So we got lots of 10 AM. My footprint charts still haven't caught out. I definitely need to reboot my machine, I think. But we can go over to my order flow screen, which is more up to date. Oh, it could be, no, sorry, that is right. It might be that we're just sitting, no, yeah, it's definitely I need to reboot my machine. So apologies for a slight delay. But 10 AM we can see, again, on these charts are a bit delayed as well. You can see we had lots of buying coming in, but we had negative candles screen, so, and negative delta as well. I don't want to keep resetting Apex. I might just have to reboot in a few minutes. I use this machine for development as well, and I don't often reboot it, so sometimes things just start slowing down. I also think one of my main SSD drives is starting to show signs of failure, so I've got a new one to replace it. Libre, I'm waiting for 975-ish. I'm looking for long 975. And that is on YM, no, not YM, is that ES. sorry, you might have to just quickly elaborate a bit more. 975-ish. So I'm being a bit dumb and I don't quite understand. On NQ, sorry, okay, NQ. Let's go back to my NQ. $9.75. $24,975. So that's what I'm looking for on my chart. Sorry, because of 24.9. Oh, okay, so you're waiting for a big pull down. Yeah, big breakdown. Let me go to my NQ chart again. I've only got it on the 15-minute in front of me because that's what I just took the trade on. 9.75. Yeah, I like that because it's a pivot from a few days ago as well, right into a volume shelf as well. So could act as natural support. Yeah, I always have ES open or MES, so whenever I'm looking at ES mainly. And we could change back to my main screen. Could also be the lag is probably because I'm recording my screen. I'm recording now. I've got a Nasdaq stream as well, which is on another channel, same channel but another stream. So 2 live streams running, but that's on a different PC. This is what I like to see. I just flicked over to my. So we're looking. This is exactly what I look for in a reversal. So first of all, I do like seeing that breaking bar with increasing volume. But I don't like it coming into a level I'm watching for a bounce, so I won't be going short here for that reason, unfortunately. You know, I like to do be as mechanical as possible. If we take out the high of that candle, then it's off the table anyway, so it won't be a trade invalid. I'll only ever take it if we broke that area there, but then we've got that level below, it makes it hard to go through. But also, looking at footprint charts, we had negative deltas coming into the low, which is okay. You can see that. Notice the point of control as well. So you've got point of control there. It's lower down with negative deltas. Massive minus 652 negative aggressive selling. So that means there's more aggressive sellers by 652 than there were buyers, but there were no more follow through. Then the buyers came in and took control of that candle. I also like seeing this little red, that little absorption bar, so we know we're running out of volume here from the sellers. But also look where the point of control is, right at the bottom. So this is where the most amount of volume was traded in this bar. So I look for that at a level. It could be this hourly level where we're watching for the bounce. So this could be the first confirmation we're looking for. Then I like to see point of control above, you know, putting in a higher high, another higher high there. But look at this, we had a negative candle, a red candle, but with a positive delta. So in that red candle, we had more aggressive buying than we had selling. So that's an anomaly, and that's, again, I normally keep an eye on that for a reversal point. And then we had a legitimate aggressive selling coming in. We had a neutral candle, so that's the same amount of aggressive buying and selling, so nothing really exciting, but point of control is at the bottom of that candle again. And now we're up to real time almost. So again, we are just sitting around at this bottom going sideways. So this is what I'm looking for on a reversal. If we take out this candle, that low there, then it's invalid and we might be putting in another leg down. If we do, then we're also, that ORB might even work. But again, I'm not going to go short because it's into that 67.56 area, which I like to think is an area to watch for a bounce. But there's no reason I wouldn't take a break through that area, back up to retest it, and then continuation later. So it's not the end all, be all, end all if I miss it. But I just don't like going short into levels, especially levels I'm watching on the hourly as well. And it's a volume shelf. So let me just show you the level. So this is a level, let me make it big. Sorry if you're watching the order flow. So this is a bounce area. You can see we came into it yesterday and bounced yesterday from that area. That's that level I'm watching, big area where we had that double top of two low areas of support, and we had a big move down. So I know that's definitely was a supply zone. Now it's a demand zone, but we have this volume shelf as well. So, and you know, I don't trade fair value gaps. We have lots of fair value gaps below as well. All these are potential bounce areas, and we don't have any big orders stacked below as well. So lots of reasons why I don't like the short right now. So that's another thing in my risk management I've improved on. Whereas before I couldn't wait to take that level short. That's that level. I said watch that area. We know there's a few big orders there. See those little green lines? That's MES order zone, not ES. And it could legitimately work. And if it does, so be it. I need to get my order flow back up to date. I'm going to refresh again. I don't want to keep refreshing my Apex accounts. I really need to reboot my machine. So it's going to go disconnected for a second. I'm going to reconnect. Sorry about this. And that'll give us more up-to-date view of what's going on. And what we're looking to see how my Nasdaq's still hanging in there, break even. Not quite, a little bit down. About a quarter of an hour, not even that, it's actually break even now. Okay, so hopefully this will catch up. See where I go. I know we've bounced because I can see it on trading view. Again, now you know what I don't like, going short into these regions. Dow Jones has lost the orb. Russell 2000 has definitely lost it and it's looking weak right now. Bitcoin's holding it up there. It's breaking retest of pre-market high, looks good right now. Gold has lost it. Yeah, so lots of sectors losing their lows at the moment. Nasdaq's looking stronger. Back in profit on that now. Bouncing at that orb level. Apologies for the resetting. Again, I'll reboot my machine at the end of today. Look at this, like a Christmas tree. That's when you know you don't trade. Red, green, red, green, red, green, red. Okay, red, red. And here's a good confirmation of not getting into the trade as well. So we had decrease in volume, which I said I wasn't a big fan of, but you know, it was decreasing. We were setting up that pattern there, could be a bear flag. And then we did have increase in volume on the breaking candle, but then look at that, the next candle was decrease in volume. So if we were to have support from the sellers, I know my pen's a bit thick, let's bring that down a bit. If the sellers were supporting this move, you would expect to see increase in volume there. And then we had that level, I said watch that level, I'm not going to go short into that level. And look at that, we bounced off of that level as well. and then, you know, if we take out that candle there, then that's would have been a stop out had I taken it. Nasdaq's still doing okay long. I'm still long Nasdaq. I'm up $100, but that's 3 MMQ accounts. 100, that's gone a bit down now, it's about 50. Again, it's still looking weak because of that big selling bar, this one here. This one to the, on the right chart. But no trades. So let's see what we've got now. Is this a bounce point? So we have a bottom tail candle on increase in volume. So that's one confirmation. Let's look at order flow. Absorption, we know that. We've got that purple line below the bar. That means we have decrease in interest from the sellers with no follow through. That's the important thing, no follow through. We have a positive delta, plus 434. So if we had a negative delta, we would have follow through. Point of control, it's below, it's this area here, so we know we had a battle in this place, so we know that area is our line in the sand. We had Christmas tree patterns, red, green, so there's loads of indecision. And look at the point of controls, low, high, low, high, low, low, high, low, low, high. Really hard to take a trade when it's like that. So for me, if I were to take a long, again, we're inside yesterday's range, so it makes it hard to go long. We need to break this trend line. And for the break, I want to come back and retest that area, so I won't even go long at this point still. I know, ignore what I said about my Nasdaq, I trade that differently on my top step. It's a 15-minute, and I'm looking, I've got a much wider stop. Gives me more flexibility, so I can leave that, let that run for days, hours, I mean, not days, because I've got to be out by the end of the trading session on top step. So that is basically, I scalp it, and I'm looking for bounces at near to areas on my hourly. So that's why I always do the hourly, just as a rough guide, give me an idea where I can look for a bounce. And that's showing more strength at the moment than ES. So if ES puts in a nice big green candle, hopefully that'll push Nasdaq a bit further as well. Oh, look at that Bitcoin break and retest a pre-market high. I hope somebody took that. That's a great entry. Bottom tail candle, I'm not sure what the volume is, I can't see it on my thumbnail, but bottom tail candle, buy setup, break and retest of pre-market high, all those confirmations. 119, 400, 119, 500 area for the bounce. Let's go back. Right, I've been on for about an hour now. No trades for me, probably no trades today. I'm happy to have a no trade day when I can't quite get in. Decision on which way the market's going. Are we bouncing? Don't know. Are we rejecting? We're inside yesterday's range. Very difficult. So I'm probably going to call it here. Hopefully you found value in this. If you have, don't forget to hit the like button and please subscribe. Look me up in my Discord as well. I've got a free version of it where I have some general chat. But there's a paid version as well, which gets all my indicators for free. You get everything: footprints, large orders, large levels, news events. So, and it's only $49 a month. So, for $49, you get a premium indicator. You know, I'm selling that on its own for over almost $500, even if you try it for a month. But no hard sell. Doesn't matter if you do or don't, it just, the money goes back into keeping the servers up and running and makes me want to keep doing that. I enjoy doing this, so it's good. I'm just going to wait and see whether we do break the high of that ORB, just so I can say that's a point proven. I like to prove myself right. Sad, I know. That's what gets me into trouble in trading as well, because I can't admit I'm wrong sometimes, and I'm in a trade, I'm holding it, emotionally attached to that trade as well. You think you're just not going to let go of it. Oh, I think my platform's frozen again. I'm going to have to reboot. Yeah, it's definitely frozen. We've taken out the ORB. $10.25. Yeah. Right, I'm going to have to reboot. So if you are watching, my apologies. It will be down just for a few minutes while I'm rebooting my machine. But hopefully I gave you some really good reasons not to take a trade today, which I think is more important than reasons to take a trade, and that's everything I discussed. So I really do appreciate everyone watching, and hopefully you did find value from this. So I will be back tomorrow. Oh, I won't be around tomorrow. My daughter's having an operation, nothing too serious, but so she's got to go under a general for it. Have an earring back removed from inside her ear. Can you believe? Actually, got caught on the inside. We thought she lost the back. She only had it pierced during the summer, and come back from cub camp, scout camp, looking for ticks. It looked infected, and we said, "Oh, you lost the back." She hadn't lost it. It's actually inside the ear. It wedged itself inside somehow. Weird, I know. But she wouldn't have gas in there, so they said they've got to put under a general. So I'll be there tomorrow. I will turn the live feed on. This, I'm going to flick over to the order flow. This one will be on tomorrow, so it'll be on. I'll probably just leave this one running overnight, or just add a new one tomorrow. So apologies for won't being around tomorrow, but trade safe, A+ only setups, and then I need to reboot my machine. It's just come back to life again. There's definitely something not quite right with my machine today. I think it's just been on for about 2 weeks, so it's due a reboot. Okay, thanks for watching.